Okay, well, good morning, class. Another week, second week. This will be our first full week, but second week of school. Let's have a word of prayer, and then we'll talk just a little bit, and then we'll get into lesson 2. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for the weekend that we had, the things that we got accomplished, just maybe the fun things we did or whatever the case. Thank you for giving us those 2 days of the weekend and also keeping us safe through it. Bless us now as we begin this week. Direct our paths and just help us. Give us strength and endurance in that precious name. Amen. Okay, for those in the classroom, if you have not received a packet yet, Jesse has packets of lesson 2 for the distance learners. I do have those, so sorry I haven't gotten those to you. So you can pick those up at any time if you want to, or until you come. And I think I heard that our Bible Bible books will be here this week. I think I've heard Thursday. So hopefully they come in, and then you could pick one of those up and for Bible class. But until then, where I made copies of lesson 2, and so you can come get those, or at this point just write down on a piece of paper the answers, and most likely the answers will be in yellow, so that helps you a little bit to know what's the answer and what to fill in, or what you're going to be filling in. So you can do that temporarily until you have a chance to come over here and get those turned in. Remember, and most of you have done this, remember to, at this point, if you want to, bring it, all your homework on Fridays, or just text me a copy of that assignment. Multi-pages might be a little bit difficult, but you just have to take several pictures. But send that to me, and so forth. So I think we're doing okay, but in science there's a couple that need to turn theirs in. Give me a picture of that. So anyway, that's the story starting week 2. And so let's go ahead and start this lesson. Okay? Okay, let me pull it up. There she blows. Good. Okay, so we're still in the fear of the Lord. And I guess I had to turn it on. There we go. So I think we all could agree on this statement. Most people today don't fear God. Okay? The unsaved, or the world, let's just put it as the world right now, they might fear God from the perspective of what we think of fear is, being not comfortable with something, anxiety setting in of what God could do. So they might be fearful of God from that perspective. But obviously they don't fear God. Most people don't fear God because they haven't taken time, they haven't taken the energy, they don't have the desire, to be honest, to understand what God is. Okay? Oh, before I get any further, just dawned on me. Your memory verse for the class is up on the board. It's Proverbs 1:10. Memory verse for this week, Proverbs 1:10. And it probably will be written again. So just to enlighten you, it's up on the board, left-hand corner of the right whiteboard. Okay? Okay, so anyway, back to this thought. Many people, most people, don't fear God because they don't understand, and they just haven't taken the time to do it. Most people today are fighting against God. Okay? We're seeing in the political realm right now where the church is starting to get more and more under attack. The rights of the church. Because of COVID, and they've put it under this category to make it look like they're not attacking the church. But they've said, well, churches can't gather because of distance learning, or distancing. And there has to be a cap on how many people can come to a service, okay? And yet we can have all the riots going on and people aren't social distancing and there's thousands of people there. And, you know, I don't want to get into a political thing here. But today, the world is fighting against God in every way they can. Okay? And we need to be aware of that. Okay? We need to stand up for what's right. So the organized anti-God movement that threatens to overthrow all that is Christian in the United States, all that is American. And reason the last four words are there because our nation was founded on the Word of God. Okay? And so and that's why we have been able to classify our country, the United States of America, as a Christian nation. Because we've in our bylaws, in our Constitution, we have in our amendments and all that, we have biblical principles. Protagoras, he was a Greek philosopher. He said, man is the measure of all things. Well, in society, that's how we gear things, by what man does, okay? In essence, what he's saying is that man is his own God. And that's why people today want to defund the police. They want to defund the rights of people. Okay? A right is anything that pleases man and adds to his pleasure. Okay? But they want to defund every aspect of what's right. They want to govern their own selves. And when man starts to govern his own self, we should watch what we're doing. Okay, I'm not saying we shouldn't. But we need law and order. And so when we take that away, where does that put man? Man puts himself on that pedestal where he shouldn't be. Wrong, on the other hand, is anything that man dislikes. Okay? Because I don't agree with it, it's got to be wrong. Because I don't like that, got to be wrong. Because I didn't like the Civil War was wrong. Because I didn't like the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Desert War, all the World War I, World War II, etc., etc., etc. They were wrong. Maybe we got into them for wrong reasons. Maybe we stayed too long in some of them. But we entered them because of reasons. Reasons that affected the United States. We have laws today that are to govern us, to help us with the right and the wrong. But because someone doesn't like something, they say it's wrong. They say that there's no heaven, there's no hell. and there's no God. Because they believe that there's no heaven and there's no hell and there's no God. That's what everybody should believe. And if you don't believe that, you are the one that's wrong. Even though there's proof that all three of those are true, are real. But because some people's idea, they want to portray that. They want to push that philosophy onto someone else. Okay? So man's ultimate goal is to do his own thing. Okay? I'm going to rob this bank. I'm going to shoplift because it's something I want to do. Even though it is wrong to do it, it's against the law, but because I need this item, or because I just want to do it, that makes it all the right. That's man's philosophy. So it brings us to this term, humanism. The contrast between humanism and Christianity. Okay, so humanism. It is man, or man is the measure of all things, at the center of everything, and solves his own problems. The solutions to all of man's problems is education. The better educated you are, the better people are. Man needs no God to help him. He is his own God. That's man's philosophy. That's the world's philosophy at this point. So the key to successful living is getting more so you can do your own thing. One can measure success by outward material things. See where it went? It went to the monetary issue. We need money. We need money to survive because we need to buy food. We need to buy gas. We need to buy just items. But because I want this, then it's wrong if I don't get it. That's humanism. On the other hand, Christianity is God is the proper central focus of all aspects of life. Life can have no real meaning apart from him in 1 Corinthians 1, 16 and 18. Okay? The solutions to all of man's problems are found somewhere between Genesis 1:1 and Revelations 22:21. Someplace in those 66 books, we can find the solutions. They're there. You got to take time to find it. The key to successful living by the Christianity's perspective is focusing upon God in every area of life and submitting it to Him, to His Word. Right now, I know that you're only 14, 15, 16, someplace in that realm, maybe 17. Maybe there's a younger one in here, okay? And you're saying, well, I've got my life to go. I've got the rest of my life to do this. I got the rest of my life to get things changed around. Let me live my life as I want to do it. It's my life. One, have you ever thought that? Two, have you ever said that? Three, have you ever heard someone say that? And the reason they're saying it is because of the humanistic perspective. Because they want to govern They don't want anything governing them. They want it all for themselves. And so anything that they don't want to do becomes wrong, even though authority says otherwise. Like I said, your freshmen and sophomores, where are you on this life scale? Okay? There's 5 principles of the book of Proverbs. Just a little bit of review now. 1, to know God, to know the Word, to know God's principle, to smooth out the rough edges of our lives, and to give purpose to our lives. What is wisdom? Well, we're going to try to understand that more in the book, lesson 2. The source of wisdom, and here is lesson 2. The rest of that was pretty much introductory. There's 2 kinds of wisdom. In 1 Corinthians 2, 4 through 8, it states, my speech and my preaching was not with enticing words of man's wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit of power. Any of my speech and preachings wasn't because of man's point of view, it was because of God. That your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but the power of God. Howbeit we speak wisdom among them that are perfect, yet not the wisdom of this world, nor the princes of this world that come to naught. But we speak the wisdom of God in every mystery, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the world unto our glory. Source of wisdom, it's God. Okay? So, we have 2 types of wisdom. Human, that's the type of wisdom that we're going to discuss in lesson 2. Human, or divine, excuse me. And the second is human wisdom. Okay? There is 2. We can have human wisdom. And we'll get into that later, but let me just say it real quick here. Human wisdom is because God gave us an intelligence. And if wisdom is understanding something, then human wisdom, we understand principles, different laws, different ideals. Okay? But let's focus in right now on divine wisdom. Where does wisdom come from? Okay? A thought here. True wisdom comes from God, and it can only come from God. And the key word here, 2 words, is true wisdom. True wisdom is only from God. Okay? Human wisdom is not true wisdom. How does it come from God? And what about God teaches us wisdom? Job 28:28, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Proverbs 1:7, the fear of the Lord, and you just had this as a memory verse. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Speaking of that verse quiz, I have them graded. I'll get those back to you here shortly. They are graded and recorded. I just got to get in some kind of a routine with this distance situation here. So bear with me, but I'll get those back to you hopefully today, if not tomorrow. Anyway, back to this, the fear of the Lord. It's the beginning of wisdom, the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and understanding. Okay, I thought I'd put this in here, but I don't even have my Bible with me right now. But the fear of the Lord, okay? I guess I do. Let me turn there real quick, and I will read that for you. If you have your Bibles, you can turn there. Job 28, 12 to 27. Give me a moment here to find it. Job 28, 12 to 27. Come on. Okay. It states, "But where shall wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding?" Verse 13. "Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. The depth saith, It is not in me, and the sea saith, It is not it with me. It cannot be gotten for gold, neither shall silver be weighed for the price thereof. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx or the sapphire." So in precious jewels it can't be found. "The gold and the crystal cannot equal it, and the exchange of it shall not be for jewels of fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with the pure gold. Whence then cometh wisdom? And where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid in the eyes of all living, and kept close from the fowls of the air. Destruction and death say, We have heard the frame thereof with our eyes, with our ears, God understandeth the way thereof, and knoweth the place thereof. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he weigheth the waters by the measure. When he made a decree for the ruin, and a way for the lightning of the thunder, then did he see it, and declare it. He prepared it, yea, and searched it out." And just go on verse 28, it says, "And unto man he said, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding." Okay? So, fear of the Lord. So man can't find wisdom in this world. Now again, keep in mind we're talking about divine wisdom, because it's not in the depth of places of the earth, okay? It's not in the air. It's not among the dead. It's only where God knows where to find it. "And unto man he saith, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding." Last verse I read. Proverbs 1:7, going back to that. Now see what I mean? You're going to hear this time and time again. Okay? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction. Are you wise, or are you a fool? The starting place for all knowledge and wisdom is at the fear of the Lord. You got to have a beginning spot. Hopefully, you've started the race. Hopefully, you've started this process. Proverbs 9 and 10 says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the holy is understanding." Okay? Knowledge of the holy is the understanding. Remember, the normal definition for wisdom is the putting knowledge to practice. When you gain a fear of the Lord, when you start to understand God, the Lord, the Trinity, then the understanding is going to become because you start knowing about it. So, proper knowledge of God is the key to dedication, devotion, and your delight in the Lord, or His delight in you. Okay? We see that the foundation of fearing God, and thus the foundation of true wisdom. Where is it? It's God. The knowledge of God produces the fear of the Lord. You got to go back to the beginning. You got to start. And a house will become a house when everything gets put upon each other. A wall has the foundation. The house has the foundation. A wall, the bricks, you got to build that foundation first. And then you build the next layer, and then the next layer. You can't put the top layer on first. We can't get to wisdom before we understand God. Understanding is the foundation. So, the attributes, so does attributes or characteristics of God more readily produce a fear of the Lord? Okay? I'll tell you what, let's stop right here because this is a good spot, and we'll go. So we are on slide 34. I'll make that mark so I know. Slide 34, where we'll start tomorrow. So I hope you're getting an idea of what the fear of the Lord is. And how do we get there? We get there because we need and want to understand God. That's it for today. Class, we'll see you here in just a little bit, distance. Hope you guys have a good day, and we'll see you back at the Matter and Energy Hour. See you later.
Alrighty, class, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Sorry about the wait. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Sorry, just put this down a little. Okay, I don't have my vocab books. It's actually down in the, I think it's coming right now though. My husband's wheeling it over for me. But go ahead and get out your homework for yesterday. You should have your grammar, your vocabs number 9 through 12, and then your grammar page 7 through 8. I'm gonna go ahead and check that when I come down there. But we're gonna go ahead and review for the quiz that you guys have in grammar. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull that up. Hopefully you guys studied over your manuscript form. Give me 1 moment. Okay, my husband just brought me my cart, so that was awesome of him. All right, go ahead and take out your spelling books. We're gonna go ahead, actually our grammar book, sorry. We're gonna go ahead and review for that. I'm gonna give you guys some examples of manuscript form. I want you guys to take a second and read through those. If you guys have a piece of paper, you can write them down and correct them. But take a second, look at those, look at if it's correct, look at if it's incorrect, what needs to be changed. Take a second to look at that. The Reverend Jim Jones will bring 10 books. 5 of the books have the same chapter 2. I was born in AD 1996. He placed second in the race. Dr. Bill Smith, MD, is extremely intelligent, okay? Hopefully you guys have kind of gone through that in your mind. Let's look at the first one, okay? The Reverend Jim Jones will bring 10 books, okay? You should have looked at Reverend and 10, okay? Reverend should be spelled out because why? It has the letter or the word the in front of it, okay? That was in letter E. The titles Reverend and Honorable may be abbreviated if used with a full name. However, the titles Reverend and Honorable must be written out if preceded by the word the. So the is there, so Reverend needs to be spelled out, okay? Look at 10. Nothing needs to be done to 10 because it's under 100, okay? It's one word, so that is correct, all right? The next sentence, 5 of the books have the same chapter 2, okay? You should have looked at the words 5 and then, or the number 5 and 2. 5 should be spelled out because it's at the beginning of a sentence, and then 2 can be the number 2 because it's referring to a chapter, okay? So that can be a number 2. All right, the next one. I was born in AD 1996. What do you guys think? It is correct. Remember we said that AD goes before the date, okay? BC comes after. The fourth one, he placed second in the race, okay? You should have spelled that out because it's underneath 100, okay? You should have written out numbers like first, fifth, 52nd, and so on. So write out second, all right? That last one is Dr. Bill Smith, MD, is extremely intelligent, okay? Doctor, you should have abbreviated it because it has spelling out his name. You can abbreviate it before a name. So his name, Bill Smith, is there, so you're able to spell it out. Okay, MD. It's correct, so you don't have to do anything. There's that period and that comma. Okay, make sure you guys know that. All right, some capitalizations. We can go through that later. We're learning about that today, but just take a note, and then we'll go over that in a second, okay? Alrighty, so that's on your quiz. Make sure you guys know that. Go ahead and turn to your vocab books. So get your vocab books. I have that now. Turn to list 1A. And then go to page number 12. We're going to go through that together. All right. The first one is Andrew Carnegie, a poor boy who became one of the richest men in the world, is remembered by many for his what? Okay. What do you think? It says, who became one of the richest men in the world is remembered by many for his blank, okay? It's kind of like he's giving to the world. That's one of the things that we can say. Phil, remember we said to love is our root word. That one is philanthropy, which is the desire or effort to promote the well-being of mankind, okay? It's by offering charitable gifts, love towards mankind in general, okay? Andrew Carnegie was a poor boy who became one of the richest men in the world, is remembered by many for his philanthropy. Number 2, after trying to figure out what was wrong with the painting, the artist received a blank when the sunlight fell across the canvas. So imagine you're an artist, okay, and you receive, or maybe you're a writer and you have writer's block. And then all of a sudden, with this artist, the sunlight fell across the canvas, and she kind of received inspiration at that point. So hopefully you guys put epiphany, because epiphany is a sudden realization, most notably through a common but remarkable happening. So this artist, she's trying to figure out what was wrong. She received an epiphany when the sunlight fell across the canvas. That's a remarkable happening, all right? Go ahead and do that for homework tonight. Exercise A. And then make sure you guys study for your quiz tomorrow. Do exercise A, and then go ahead and do exercise B as well. All right? I'm not exactly sure. Did I? Yeah, I didn't. So do exercise A and B just for review. Make sure you look at exercise B. A synonym of that word, Philharmonic, Epiphany, Holocaust, Philanthropy. We're going to go through that this week. But go ahead and do exercise A and B. And then go ahead and take out your, like a sheet, like a blank sheet for your cover sheet, and then prepare for a quiz. Class on distance learners, Yuvia, I emailed you the grammar quiz through My School Works. Lacey, I think you have it as well. Giselle, I think I emailed it to you. And also Andrew, I believe. I put it in your packet. So make sure you guys have that. If you don't, let me know. And then for those of you in class, go ahead and prepare for a quiz. And then I'll be right over there, okay? right, class, we're going to go ahead over one more concept in grammar. Go ahead and take out your grammar books. Hopefully that quiz wasn't too hard, that you guys were able to tell the differences between the rules. We'll go over that later, but go ahead and turn to page number 7, okay? We're going to go ahead and talk about the paragraph. We're allowed to use the boards, but I don't want to take those off. But anyway, go to page 7. We're going to go ahead and talk about our paragraph, okay? Okay, page 7. The written compositions, we kind of already talked about this. The plan, write, rewrite, and edit. You guys should have done exercise A. All right. So in the first one, exercise A, we went over this in class. The hand is one of the most wonderful features of the human body. You should have underlined that. That is your topic sentence. And then turn the page to page 8. Your clincher sentence or your summarizing sentence is, in everything that man has created, his hands in one way or another have been involved. So that is your summarizing sentence. Should have put those in parentheses, okay? The second paragraph, you do not have a summarizing sentence, but your topic sentence. It's not the first one. It is not. The Middle East is part of the Eastern Hemisphere. It's actually this meeting place of 3 continents has often been the center of man's attention and the site of history's most important events, okay? The Middle East, the first sentence and the second sentence are kind of introductory sentences, but what your the topic of your sentence is talking about the center of man's attention and the site of history's most important events. And if you continue on, it describes what's the important events. It describes the center of the man's attention. So that is why this meeting place of 3 continents has often been the center of man's attention, and the site of history's most important events is called your topic sentence, okay? Paragraph development, look at section 4, okay? Development. To develop a paragraph, write sentences containing specific details that support the main idea in the topic sentence, okay? So think of it this way, all right? Your topic sentence is kind of like your human body, all right? Your topic sentence is your head. And the head is kind of the most important part of your body, okay? You cannot survive without your head. Same thing with the topic sentence. It gives the entire paragraph meaning, okay? So this is exactly what the topic sentence is. It's kind of like explaining what your paragraph is about, all right? Your summarizing sentence, look at it as your feet. You can survive without your feet, just like we saw within the second paragraph of the exercise we just did. You can survive without your feet, but with your feet, you would, like, it's good to have your feet, all right? So it's also good to have a summarizing sentence per se, all righty? The body, okay, this is what is developed. This is what develops the paragraph, okay? This is your, what is it called? Your summarizing sentence, or your developing sentences. Think of that as your body. That is exactly what makes up your paragraph. Obviously, your body is what makes up you and what's in your body, and this is exactly what, your paragraph is made of, is your developing sentences, okay? To develop a paragraph, write sentences containing specific details. So in this paragraph, or in this developing sentences, we would include maybe examples, so like listing off things, telling incidents, which are stories, giving reasons, and using comparison and contrast. So for example, look at that example. The following paragraph is developed by examples that support the topic sentence. Because Job refused to turn from God when everything seemed against him, God later blessed him abundantly, okay? So all the sentences that are underlined: when Job's 7 sons and 3 daughters were killed, he refused to turn from God. When his 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen and 500 donkeys were taken from him, he refused to turn from God. When he was afflicted with terrible sickness and his wife advised him to curse God and die, he refused to turn from God. So it's giving you a list of examples to develop that paragraph, okay? Exercise B. In the above paragraph, underline the 3 samples used to illustrate everything against Job. I just told you. So you should go ahead and underline all the examples and then put a box around the examples to illustrate God's blessings. So you should have underlined when Job's 7 sons and 3 daughters were killed, when his 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels were killed. You should have underlined that. Then you should have underlined when he was afflicted with terrible sickness and his wife advised him to curse God and die. So go ahead and take a second and box the blessings, okay? I'll give you a couple seconds. Box the blessings. You should have boxed, the Lord gave him 7 sons and 3 daughters. Then in line 7, the Lord blessed Job with twice as much wealth. The next one, you should have boxed, restored Job's health, allowed him to live 140 years. So those are reasons and examples developing that topic sentence, okay? The second part is incidents. So on page 9, the following paragraph is developed by telling an incident, which is a brief story. Read the paragraph and observe that the story clearly supports the idea in the topic sentence, okay? So your topic sentence is, and he spake this parable unto certain which trusted in themselves that they were righteous and despised others, okay? That is telling a story. This is your story. 2 men went up into the temple, the one a Pharisee and the other a publican. The Pharisee stood and prayed thus with himself, God, I thank thee, and I am not as other men are, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even as this publican. So basically, that is an incident. That's explaining what happened that day and what the Pharisee said to that day. That's a story developing the paragraph, okay? The next one is reasons. So first we see examples. The second we see incidents. The third we see reasons. I have always preferred cheerfulness to mirth. Why? Because the latter I consider as an act, the former as a habit of mind. Why do you prefer cheerfulness? Well, mirth is short and transient. Cheerfulness is fixed and permanent. So those are basically reasons explaining why you prefer cheerfulness to mirth, okay? The next one is comparison and contrast. The following paragraphs use comparison and contrast to show similarities and differences between 2 or more subjects, which are person, places, things, or ideas, okay? The first one is subject at a time. So in the first paragraph, you would say, I like chocolate ice cream the best because this and this and this and this. And then in the second paragraph, I would say, I don't like vanilla ice cream as much because this and this and this and this. And it's comparing it to chocolate ice cream and vanilla ice cream, okay? The number 2 is point by point. You take up one point and tell how each subject compares on that point, and then you take up the next point and tell them how each subject compares to that point, etc. Okay, so this one would be the reasons why I like chocolate compared to vanilla. Point letter A, it's because it's richer, okay? And then you would explain that. Point number B, it's just tastier. Different things like that, the reasons why, point by point. And then the last thing is likeness and difference. You give all the similarities of the subjects being compared, then you give the differences, or vice versa. So you give the differences first, then the subject. So similarities, chocolate and vanilla ice cream, they both taste good. They both are rich, blah, 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 blah. And then the difference is the chocolate tastes better on a hot summer's day, or vanilla is creamier, or whatever. Just the differences between that you would list after the likeness, okay? Look at that first example. What do you guys think that one is? What a difference in perspective we find between what the Bible teaches and what evolution teaches. First, The Bible teaches man was created in the image of God, whereas evolution implies that a man is nothing more than a highly evolved animal. Second, God's word presents man as a lost sinner in need of pardon and reconciliation with God, but evolution presents him as the pinnacle of evolutionary perfection and the master of his destiny. Third, finally, those should be your key indicators that this is a point by point. So I'm going to list first the reason why we find between what the Bible teaches and evolution. Second is this. Third is this. Fourth is this. That is a point by point paragraph, okay? That is exercise C. So we're going to go ahead and go through that together. Exercise C, in above paragraphs, identify the method of presentation for comparison and contrast, okay? So number 2, what do you guys think that one is? So Grant and Lee were in complete contrast, representing two diametrically opposed elements in the American life. Grant was the modern man emerging. Beyond him, ready to come on the stage, was the great age of steel and machinery of crowded cities and a restless, burgeoning vitality. Lee might have written down of the old age of chivalry, lance in hand, silken banner fluttering over his head. Each man was the perfect champion of his cause. So that's basically listing the likenesses. So this is a likeness and difference. First, it lists the, sorry, that's such a hard word to say. First, it lists the likenesses of Grant and Lee. Then it even continues, yet it was not all contrast after all. Different as they were in background and personality and underlying aspiration, these two great soldiers had much in common. So they list the likenesses, but then at the end, it lists their differences. So this is likeness differences, okay? Actually, in this paragraph, differences are given first because Grant was the modern man emerging, and then Lee might have written down the old age of chivalry. So it was the differences first, and then the likenesses. So this is a likeness difference paragraph. The last paragraph, number 3, all forms of human government may be classified broadly as either autocratic or democratic, okay? The Greek word autos means self. Kratia means to rule. Thus, autokratia is autocracy, literally meaning to rule by oneself. Autocracy is the rule by one whose will is supreme. Look at that next one. Demos is a Greek word meaning the people. In a democracy, the people rule either directly by popular vote or indirectly through elected representatives. So I don't know what you guys think, but this one is a subject at a time. This is basically, in that comparison contrast, it is subject at a time where it lists autocracy, and this is everything about autocracy. The second paragraph is democracy, and it lists everything about democracy, okay? So we went through exercise C. Page 11 is a combination of methods. Up until now, we have seen how paragraphs may have developed by 1 or 4 methods: incidents, examples, reasons, comparison, and contrast. Good writers, however, rarely use just one method. So if we see in this sentence or in this paragraph that it lists the topic sentence, and then also it gives examples and reasons, okay? So do exercise D, but then also I want you guys to do exercise E for homework. Select one of the following topic sentence. I want you guys to list your ideas, then write one original paragraph using either examples, reasons, an incident, comparison, and contrast, or combined methods to develop your paragraph, okay? So you can use any of those topics, or you can even choose a topic of your own. You can write about your life in quarantine. You can write about why you liked having school at home or why you didn't, different stuff like that. List your examples and list your reasoning, okay? And then that's all the time we have for today. Please let me know if you guys have any questions. Those of you in distance learning, you as well, if you guys could send me your pictures of your quizzes and then turn those in this Friday. Other than that, if you guys have any questions, let me know, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? one more thing, guys. For vocab, there's make sure you guys study for your quiz tomorrow. That's your homework. So study for quiz 1A and then page 11, exercise E. All right, thanks, guys.
Hello, hello. Sorry, I am a few minutes late. I went over a couple minutes in my last class. I lost track of time, so put me behind a little bit. I hope everyone is doing well. I see our distant learners are here. Welcome. Again, if any of you girls have any questions, we've been contacting me pretty well, or Andrew, but please just let me know if you have any questions. Sorry, I'm going to move this up a little bit. My wife was in here last, and she's a little shorter than I am, so that should be a little better. Sorry, don't want to close up there. There you go, that's a little bit better. Again, if you guys have any questions, just let me know, text, MySchoolWorks, email, so I can get you anything you need for this week. If I forgot to send you something, or you're missing, hey, we had a quiz, or hey, I forgot something, tell me so I can get that to you. But I believe we had homework on Friday, which we did. If you want to pull that out, it was page 17, questions 1 through 8. Pull that out and then turn that in. I think Mr. Brown is in there, or whoever is in there monitoring right now. Turn that in right now. Turn that in right now. Distant learners, again, you can send me a picture of the homework. I can grade it today, put that in the system, but make sure you keep that hard copy. And then starting this Friday, you'll turn in all your work from last week and this week. And then I'll give you anything you guys need for the next week this Friday. Make sure you come turn that in person, whether hopefully it'd be to me. You come by the classroom or to the office at least. Please come by. Get what you need and turn in everything you need. Then every Friday, that's what we'll do. But again, you can text me pictures of anything, whether quiz, homework, and I can put that grade in right with everyone else's. But keep that hard copy. Keep that hard copy. But again, pull out that homework, turn that in. We do have a quiz. It would have been, or our quiz this week, just to give you an announcement if you want to write it down in a planner if you have one. We have quiz 1 on Wednesday. I know some of my distant learners, you should already have that quiz handout. Again, you can do that before. Make sure you're not using your book or notes or anything. You can do that before, distant learners, but try to do it on the day that we have it. The quiz 1 will be Wednesday, so we'll study those more tomorrow. But for today, if you want to pull out your notes, they might be already filled in, I believe. So we'll just follow along in our notes. But last week, we covered a few things. We got into talking about summer, or also known as Plain of Shinar, which later turned into the area of Mesopotamia. We got into the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of civilization, right? And then we got into the 3 oldest Sumerian settlements. We have Eridu, Uruk, and Ur, with the Euphrates and Tigris River. These places, Sumerians, they built dams and dikes for flood control along with canals for irrigation. They also invented the wheel and developed a plow with a seating attachment, right? Something to help their farming process. Just if you remember all that we went through, that process. And then we talked about a few other things, but I think we stopped in our notes on, I believe it was right after animals provided, on page 2 of the notes. Animals provided transportation, right? Obviously with horses, carriages, anything in that sense. They provided for food, whether it's meat to eat, or they provided milk, which maybe made cheese or anything else. Eggs from chickens, all sorts of different kinds of food. And then clothing. A lot of their clothing was directly from the animals then. Use their wool as warmth or their skin as covering. And we also talked about power, how they can help with their farming, and how it can also help with power. But number 12, we might have covered it, but I'm not sure, so I'm going to start right there. Number 12, the art of writing. the art of writing. You probably would have covered this in your homework. You would have covered this in your homework, but we have the art of writing is the Sumerians' greatest contribution to civilization. The art of writing. Again, if we've already covered this, is okay. Just pay attention. Right? They use writing. They use a stone tablet a lot of times, or clay, and then would use some kind of stylus or stick or something to write into that. Number 13, we have pictograms. Pictograms. Pictograms are the earliest form of writing. It was composed of symbols representing particular objects, right? So their writing was kind of like little pictures or little lines and shapes to explain or represent their particular objects, okay? The writing and symbols. Ideograms or ideograms are symbols of things that cannot be pictured and of actions and ideas. Again, that kind of makes sense. Pictograms, they use pictures to tell what they're trying to do or say. And then ideograms are kind of the same thing, right? It's a sign or symbols used to communicate, but they're things that cannot be pictured. It's about something we do or something we can make an idea of for them to be able to imagine it with us. Kind of says it within the word. And then a third one, we have phonogram. This is symbols that represent sound. This last stage is known as a phonogram. It provides the basis, so this phonogram provides the basis for the development of a syllabary. A syllabary is signs. Again, that's our next note, number 16. Syllabary is signs representing syllables. Signs representing syllables. Sumerians' cuneiform consisted of some 600 characters, which young scribes had to master in the temple schools in order to write. So imagine there being all these different ways to communicate, right? Scribes would go to school for a long period of time, or a temple, to learn from this guy or this master. So kind of like what we do today with school, but specifically for writing. Because a lot of people at that time, they didn't know how to write or read their ways of communication. So there's specific people, scribes or people, to do that for them. And they would go to school a long time for that. In order to write, Sumerian scribe impressed the characters upon a soft clay tablet with a hard reed or stylus that had a triangular tip. The triangular tip gave to the scribe strokes the shape of wedges, from which cuneiform derives the name. After being inscribed, the clay tablet was either left in the sun to dry or else fired in a kiln in order to preserve a permanent record. Okay, so they kept records with these. Thousands of Sumerians' clay tablets have been found, including myriads of business letters and receipts in the world's first written laws and religious literature. Sumerian indeed, all inscriptions in cuneiform would have remained a mystery to modern man had it not been for the labors of an English army officer of the 19th century. Okay, which is our next note. Okay, this English army officer, Sir Henry C. Rawlinson. He's an English army officer of the 19th century who successfully broke the code of cuneiform inscriptions. Again, okay, so this man, he would have had to study and try to figure out, kind of like a puzzle, what all these things meant. And once he did, they were able to discover what old time, all the way back in those ages, history, were communicating, receipts and everything. Our next note is early dynastic age. The early dynastic age is the beginning of recorded Sumerian history. It is when the Sumerians reached their first high point of cultural development as a group of independent city-states. Okay, so this age is the beginning of recorded Sumerian history. So when things were beginning to get written down, it is when the Sumerians reached their first high point of cultural development as a group of independent city-states. Remember, they were all in this one area of plain of Shinar, and they tried to build the Tower of Babel, trying to become as high or as a god, but God struck them with the scatter of language, so they could not understand each other, so everyone split up into their own nations and then became cities and states. So this is the early dynastic age. This period came to a close when a Semitic warrior king, who's this Semitic warrior king? It's Sargon of Akkad. Sargon of Akkad. He's the Semitic warrior king who united the Sumerian city-states and united them by conquest. He became history's second great empire builder. Who was our first empire builder that we kind of talked about? He started that first area known as Babel, right? He was a great hunter. Babel became later Babylon, but at the time it was Babel with the Tower of Babel. Who, you can say it out loud, obviously I can't hear you. You say it in chat. Who was that man's name? He was a great hunter, a descendant of Ham. His name was Nimrod, remember? He started the great nation or area or empire of Babel. Okay, and then God scattered them. They went into different cities and states and became nations. Now this king, Sargon of Akkad, he was a warrior. He unified all these smaller city-states and nations and united them together by conquest, by a desire to go and conquer. He became history as the second great empire builder because he took all these smaller, scattered city-states and brought them together with a desire to rule and desire to grow. Number 20, the Old Akkadian period. The Old Akkadian period is the time when Akkadian, a Semitic language, began to supplant Sumerian as the spoken language of Sumer. Okay, so we can remember Old Akkadian period is the time when Akkadian, which is a Semitic language, began to supplant Sumerian as the spoken language of Sumer. Okay, so this just became the known language that everyone spoke during this time, so it's known as the Old Akkadian period. Number 21, Ur-Nammu. Ur-Nammu. This is a man. He came to the throne of Ur around 2100 or 2100 BC, so before Christ. And he founded the famed third dynasty. So now this is the third dynasty of Ur. So Ur-Nammu, so he started this dynasty. He made this dynasty in Ur in about 2100 BC. He became the ruler. Ur-Nammu was also, he founded the third dynasty, as I mentioned, of Ur. He developed the world's most ancient law code. Okay, so he made this law code. He made the world's most ancient law code, and it was recorded. Ur-Nammu wrested power from the, sorry if I cannot pronounce everything, I'll try my best, Gutians, and established the dominance of Ur over Sumerian political and cultural life. He also developed the world's most ancient law code. This time period, in our next note, as it mentions, this time period is often referred to, so this time period that Ur-Nammu ruled and took over, started the third dynasty of Ur. It is known as the Golden Age of Ur. It is known as the Golden Age of Ur, which is number 22. It's number 22. Okay, and right, we're teaching world history and culture, right? So we're talking about all this before times, the beginning of man, the beginning of life, growing in, seeing how it gets to more modern day history, but we have all these world history of beginning times, how things, the first man and woman, how things began and how people got to the rest of the earth, right? Because we started in just the Garden of Eden, and then we grew in the flood, and we had to scatter abroad, and now because we're all going to different areas and we spoke different languages, there's different climates and different terrain that they lived on, so they had to build a different culture, right? A different way of living. Everyone had to live a little bit differently in a sense. And as time grew, more culture or ways of living grew. So our next note is, because it's world history and culture. So we have Ur-Mamu. He did that golden age of Ur. Again, Ur was a busy, bustling metropolis of some 200,000 souls when the biblical patriarch Abraham, right? We know Abraham, his son Isaac, the story of Abraham, and I had just talked about in Bible class, Abraham and his nephew Lot with Sodom and Gomorrah, but Abraham lived there around 2000 BC. The streets of Ur were unpaved, undrained, narrow and winding, and the homes faced inward. That is, apart from the main entrance. No windows or doorways faced the street. Wealthier families lived in two-story dwelling built around a spacious courtyard, and poor people resided in one-story homes. The wealthiest homes had a system of clay pipes to remove sewage, and most possessed hot and cold running water and flushing toilets. Okay, so again, the wealthier people had these things, but the lower people probably is still considered like a third world country today, and they didn't have running water. They kind of had to deal with everything themselves. One-story building, smaller place to live. After the days of Ur-Namu, summer was again threatened by external enemies. Fierce Amorite Bedouins overran summer from the western desert, or from like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, that area. And Elamite Highlanders crossed the Tigris from the east. Okay, so then you have other people from Highlanders from the east. So maybe from maybe not quite as far, but like India, China, or no, east, sorry, from like Europe, and that stuff. Oh no, east, yes, sorry, I keep on correcting myself, from like China and everything. Ur was sacked, right? So these people coming from all these areas came, and summer was plunged into darkness of war and civil strife as competing warriors struggled for control. We had that Simon-humanism. Everyone wanted to rule. Although summer lost its political independence, it transmitted its greatest contributions to civilization. Again, the greatest accomplishment was writing to its Amorite and Elamite conquerors. So this area of Samaria and Ur-Namu and everyone, they were conquered by these people. But these new people that conquered still took the things that Sumerian people made, like writing, probably the tools of agriculture with using animals for power and transportation and all that kind of stuff. They use all of these things. So again, they took them over, and now these people are gone. That way of living is gone, and now you have these two new ways of living, and you have the different cultures throughout the world, right? But what is culture? We should already know this somewhat, but culture is the way of life of a group of people. It embraces all the traits of a people. Okay, so culture is the way of life of a group of people. It embraces all the traits of a people, including so we have different things. Religion, a lot of different things that are included in culture. Religion, so what we believe in, our faith, right? We believe the Bible is the one true source. It is all truth, and it tells us about Jesus Christ and how he died on the cross, and that he died and then he was buried, but he rose again the third day. Jesus came down to earth being all man, so flesh like us, but he was also all God and lived perfectly. Was tempted as we are, but he was yet without sin. He did miracles that were unfathomable to a lot of humans. He saved lives. He did many miracles. So we have religion. We have family life, so the way we live at home, right? American way of living is maybe a little bit different than people in China, or people in Australia, people in Africa, people in Europe. We all have a different way of living. Another difference in culture, we have government, right? Government's different in different nations. Some countries or continents have kings or czars or some kind of dictator, right? We have a president, and then we have government and chair under them. We have agriculture, right? So farming, terrain is different. I'm sure we can't, or people in Egypt, or maybe people in Saudi Arabia, or Iran, or Russia can't grow things quite the same. Maybe we can here. But we probably can't do some things, but they can do. So we have difference in agriculture. Economy, our money's different, right? We have paper money. Some places they're euros and pesos. We have different kind of economy and how the economy works. Philosophy or ideas, what we believe in. philosophy of our country. We have different constitutions. Science, right? We have different ways or beliefs of science, how science relates in the world. Weapons of warfare. Arts and crafts. Certainly at that time, weapons and warfare is going to be specified, certainly as we go throughout history and we get in newer ages, when people made and discovered newer weapons. Sometimes that place was the only place that had them, and then it grew on to other places. But sometimes there was a difference in weapons and warfare, the way we fight. Like when people came over from Europe to the New World at the time, right? And I'm sure we'll get into that. There was gunpowder and guns, but the Native Americans, those who were here, right, did not have that at the time. So different weapons and warfare, different ways and strategies. We have arts and crafts, right? We have different arts and crafts. Going to different countries, I don't know if any of you have, we have different arts and crafts. They have things that are beautiful to us that we don't really see in America. Trinkets and bracelets and paintings, right? We have arts and crafts, and then we have codes of law. So like our rules that are enforced. We have our literature. Our literature is different, right? Our literature is different. And then our social customs are different. But our next note, continuing on, number 24 is civilization. We have civilization. So culture is a way of life of a group of people. Civilization comes into being when a people's cultures begins to include these. So civilization comes into being when a people's culture begins to include. So something becomes a civilization when a group of people have a culture and it begins to include these. A specialized division of labor, a written language, so their own written language, their own written code of law, an organized form of civil government. This is when you start to get a civilization. And a development of the arts and sciences. Next note we have, number 25. Before developments of a civilization can begin, there must be a mastery over the food supply. So it says, before developments of a civilization can begin, there must be a mastery of food supply, right? If you're going to have a civilization, so that means a group of people living in a way of culture, right? It's going to grow. Civilization to become a civilization instead of just like a little area or coop. You have to grow in a group of people, so you have to have a consistent food supply in that. So whether it's your type of agriculture or animals you have, what kind of herd you bring, all your things in that, trading, right? Civilization. Before any of these developments take place, again, mastery of food, all civilizations begin with the development of effective agricultural techniques. As a member of the world's first civilization, the Sumerians learned to control their food supply so it would not control them. And again, when they were conquered, Sumerians, this is something that the people that conquered them probably learned. Just 2 more notes for today, and we will be done, or maybe a couple more. And then we'll be done. I'll sign the homework and you can start working on that, and I'll be down there. Next one is the Sumerians were the world's first civilization, as we talked about. They learned to control their food supply so it would not control them. Right? They had to make rations. They weren't eating too much. They rations in case there was a famine, a loss of food. Number 27, education is the process of transmitting the cultural of a people from one generation to the next. Education. So these probably use their way of writing to record in a way to take from one culture, right, in the civilization, using education in one culture and teaching it like we are today to the next group of people. And they kept on having that. And they used that in a setting of, our next note, the Sumerians were the first to develop a system of formal school. Again, they used this stuff of writing, right, something they created to be able to teach in a way of formal schooling. Number 29. Okay, so we have this school, a Sumerian school, which was called a Iduba. Iduba, which is a tablet house. Iduba is a Sumerian school. Its name means tablet house because students wrote cuneiform on clay tablets. So Aduba, you can remember, they used the cuneiform, they wrote on, which is on clay tablets, and it's called the tablet house. Schooling house, they use tablets, so a tablet house, Aduba. Number 30, Sumerian craftsmen were among the most highly skilled in ancient world. They worked as jewelers, metalsmiths, and carpenters, like ways of trade, right? To build income for themselves. Way of trade, say they couldn't grow or make something, so they would do these ways of trade to have, or ways of skill to be able to trade. Sumerians craftsmen were among the most highly skilled in the ancient world. Sculptors took such materials as ivory and rare wood and shaped them into figurines, boxes, and rings. Jewelers worked mainly in gold and silver and occasionally with such semi-precious stones as lapis, lazuli, topaz, carnelian. Lapidaries confined their labors to the setting of semi-precious stones for the jewelers. One of the finest examples of the craftsmanship of Sumerian jewelers and lapidaries is the gorgeous headdress and other ornaments of Lady Shubad, also known as Queen Puabi. And she's found in the royal tombs of Ur. Just two more notes for today, or three more notes, and then I'll assign the homework. We'll get through these quickly. Thank you for paying attention and following along with the notes. Number 31, textiles was the most important Sumerian industry in terms of commercial activity. They worked in wool and linen, okay, so dealt a lot with clothes, maybe some kind of blankets, kilts, silks, any kind of stuff like that. 32, so remember, textiles was the most important Sumerian industry. 32, the Sumerians learned how to construct the arch, the dome, and the vault very early in their history with their architecture. In their massive architecture, the later Assyrians and Babylonians built upon the Sumerian foundation. Remember, so a lot of different nations conquered this area, but they took those good ideas of the Sumerian people. And then last one we're doing for today, number 33, ziggurats. Ziggurats. What are ziggurats? They're temple towers in which one terrace was built upon another, each a little smaller than the one before. At the top stood a shrine with the image of a god or goddess and a votive statues. Okay, so it's so you imagine, sorry I don't have any pictures for you, but imagine it's in your book. There's like stairs in the front coming from this direction and forward. Then you have one level, right? And then you go up and then you have another level, but it's not quite as big. It's kind of like, so you have a big square, then a smaller square, then you have some more steps and you have a smaller square. And then at the top you have this small little area where a shrine of a lowercase god, G-O-D, or goddess and votive statues would be. All right, that's all the notes we are covering today. So what I want from you, homework, is read pages 15 and 16. Read pages 15 and 16. Distant learners, if you don't have, you should have already had the lesson plans for this week also, but if you don't, again, text, email, let me know. I'll get those to you today. But homework is reading pages 15 and 16, and then on page 17, you're doing the section review, so section 2 review, questions 9 to 11. So on page 17, section 2 review, not the chapter 2 review, section 2 review, questions 9 to 11. Students in class, I'll be down there shortly. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Remember, we do have a quiz on Wednesday, so if you want to start studying for that, we will do that. Thank you for paying attention so well. I'll be down there shortly. Goodbye.
All right, good morning. Welcome to geometry. Go ahead and get out your textbooks and your supplements. Your textbooks were on page 11. On your supplement, we are starting on page 4 at the bottom, and we're going to start with 1.6, dealing with some common angles. We talked about the general reality of angles earlier, and we still need to keep working with angles just a little bit. I know some of this is going to be largely review, but again, we're just covering our bases to make sure we all start off from the same place. So, common angles. The first common angle that you may not know the name of is a paragon. Okay, a paragon is the angle formed by a line making a complete revolution. This is not a circle. There's a difference. The only angle that exists is this ray. Okay, that's it. Both rays are right on top of each other, and the angle is going all the way around. Okay, that's different from a circle. So, a circle contains 360 degrees. Yes. However, a paragon is the angle that measures 360 degrees. And so, I'm going to refer to either a complete revolution or a paragon, noted that they're the same thing. Then, a straight angle is an angle whose sides form one straight line extending through the vertex. Okay, and it looks like a straight line, hence the name. So this one's probably common to you guys, but then we do have principle 12 here that says all straight angles are equal. If it is a straight angle, it is equal to every other straight angle because they're all just straight lines. Okay, they're all going to end up equaling 180 degrees. But notice, there's no mention of degrees in these definitions so far. I didn't mention 360 degrees here other than verbally. I didn't mention 180 degrees here except verbally. Why is that? Well, we're not going to tie ourselves to degrees as much as any other unit. We're instead going to tie ourselves to principles. So, all straight angles are equal. Then, the next thing we need to discuss is adjacent angles. These are two angles having the same vertex and a common side between them. Both pieces must be true. So, angle BAD and angle DAC in this example are adjacent angles because line AD is the common side and vertex A is the common vertex. You have to have both pieces in order to say you have adjacent angles. Then as we continue on, a right angle is exactly half a straight angle. That is how we define it. We do not define it as 90 degrees. We say it's half a straight angle. So this is formed when one straight line meets another so as to make two equal adjacent angles. Okay, and so you see that there. Perpendicular are lines which form right angles with each other, written as BO is perpendicular to AC in this particular diagram. The common point is called the foot of the perpendicular. So point O there is the foot of the perpendicular. Okay, we don't use that terminology a lot, but you should be at least vaguely familiar with what that means. Now then, everything else, as far as terms we go, will be based on its relationship to right, straight, or paragon angles. So let's go ahead and continue here. So an acute angle is an angle that is less than a right angle. A lot of times you may have heard the mnemonic, it's a cute little angle. It works, whatever needs to happen. So that's less than a right angle. An obtuse angle is an angle that is greater than a right angle, but less than a straight angle. Okay, and so we call that an obtuse angle. And we call that accidentally exiting the presentation. All right, so that's an obtuse angle. Then, a reflex angle is anything in between a straight angle and a paragon. Okay, and it looks like an acute angle. In this case, it could look like an obtuse angle, but notice the direction of the circle. The circle measure or points out which way we're measuring. Okay, and so that's all that's for. So this is a reflex angle. And then an oblique angle is any angle other than a right or straight angle. So if it's not a right or straight angle, we might just use the word oblique. Oblique is just a word meaning diagonal. That's a butchering of it, but that's the close enough thing for it. So we're going to end up with oblique lines, which have the position of the sides of any of these angles. Lines which are not parallel or perpendicular are what we will call oblique lines. All right, moving on to 1.7. I keep hitting the escape key when I pick up my book. So much fun. And then the presentation doesn't just go. All right. So special pairs of oblique angles then. We're now in 1.7 on the top of page 13 of your text, top of page 5 in your supplement. All right. The first one is complementary angles. These are two angles whose sum is a right angle. Okay. They don't have to be adjacent. In this case, they are. So angle PMR and angle RMN are complementary angles. Supplementary angles are two angles whose sum is a straight angle. Okay, WXZ and ZXY are your supplementary angles here. And then finally, one last bit, vertical angles are opposite angles. Okay, the two angles not adjacent when two straight lines intersect. And then as a principle, vertical angles are equal. Okay, so angle CEB, let me go ahead and get out my pen. Let me set up my tablet. Whoops, nope, not yellow, that's gonna be unreadable. Okay, so, this angle is vertical to this angle, and they will be equal. So angle BEC and angle AED will be equal, and they are called vertical angles. And then the same is true the other way. Vertical has nothing to do with vertical versus horizontal. It just means opposite. So angle AEC would be equal to angle BED. Okay, and again, those are also vertical angles. So those are the special kinds. Again, none of this should be all brand new information. This should just instead be a bit of a brief review. And actually today is rather short. So your homework tonight is to do numbers 6 through 10 in your supplement. We're on the bottom of page 14, top of page 15 in your supplement. Numbers 6 through 10. You're going to answer those questions about that drawing, okay, with the special pairs of oblique angles. Again, all this should have been reviewed, so I'm not going to quiz to death over it, but you should be fairly familiar with it. So in 1.7, problems there, again, numbers 6 through 10 in your supplement is your homework. In addition to that, you guys do have quiz 1 tomorrow. And so quiz 1 is going to be over sections 1.1 through 1.4. 1.1 through 1.4. And then finally, one last piece of homework. If you have not yet signed in to Google Classroom using your new account, which I provided you with Friday, you need to do so. If you need your password reset, or if you need some more additional assistance, that was great. Some additional assistance or anything along those lines, please contact me. I'm glad to help. And as for those in the Distance Learning Center here, I will come help you in just a moment. But past that, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay, welcome back to Matter and Energy. Let's have a word of prayer and we'll get started. Father, thank you again for everything. Thank you for just your direction. Today, things that we've learned, help us just to apply them to our lives in some manner and just direct our paths and help us in the rest of the day, Father, in thy precious name, amen. Okay, before I forget, tomorrow you have your first quiz. Distance learners, you should have your quiz in your packet, except maybe Uvia. Uvia, I'm just going to have to send you a copy of it right now, and then we'll try to make a connection. Also, distant learners, I should have by the end of the day packets for chapter 2 put together, and so we'll need to make a connection to get those. The plan is to start chapter 2 on Friday. Depends upon how we go this week, but that's the goal, is to start chapter 2 on Friday. Also, just to let everybody know, you have quiz 2 on Thursday. Okay, so quiz 1 tomorrow, quiz 2 on Thursday, and again you will find those review sheets in your packet of notes behind those, and so please study those, and we'll get those studied. Okay, so today we have a reading quiz, and so here's what we're going to do. Write your answers down on a sheet of paper. And then after we're done, there's 6 questions today. After we're done with the quiz, for those that are in the class, Randy is going to all you need to do is, we don't need to be talking. All you need to do is raise your hand with the amount of correct answers that you have. So if there's 6 questions and you miss one, you get 5. So you put up a 5. He's just going to take a piece of paper and write your names and the amount behind there, and that's the way that I will take those and record those. And that way you can continue using the same sheet for other quizzes, reading quizzes, and try to save some paper that way. Distant learners, just go ahead and text me a copy of the amount that you got correct, and we'll work with you in that manner, still continuing on there. Okay? So, give you a little bit of time. Some of it is a little bit longer questions, but I think you'll be okay. Reading quiz starts now. Okay, give you one more minute. Okay, here are your answers. Lucky today, they're all true. Okay? So that makes an easy grade. So I'm going to go ahead and go on with the notes, or the review actually at this point. Just hold your hands up and Randy will get the amount that you got correct. Okay, your first review question. What is the study of reasoning? That would be logic. Question 2, next one. What is a conclusion based on reasoning from evidence? That would be your inference. Next, what is reasoning from evidence to a more specific conclusion? That is deductive reasoning. Next question, what is a statement of fact? That's a proposition. What is the type of proposition containing an if-then statement? That is a hypothetical proposition. Okay. What is the if part of the proposition? That's the antecedent. What is the then part of the proposition? The consequent or consequence. What is the form of inference in which the consequent must be true because the antecedent is true? That would be called affirming the antecedent. Next, what is reasoning from specific evidence to a more general conclusion? That would be the other one, inductive reasoning. Next, what is the purpose of inductive reasoning? To determine cause and effect. Here's a long question. What is the method of inductive reasoning that involves comparing two situations that are the same except for one factor which is present in one situation but not the other? Now the keywords in here, comparing two situations. When you compare two different things, you are using the method of difference. You're finding the difference between the two. What is the method of inductive reasoning that involves drawing a conclusion based upon the fact that changing one factor changes another factor in a predictable way? And this is the method of concomitant variation. Okay. Hopefully you did well on that as we went through it. So let's get into today's lesson. Reasoning and the scientific method. Science and deduction. A hypothesis cannot be tested directly. Okay? You come out, you have an idea of how something happens. Well, you can't just, boom, automatically test it. Okay? You have to go through a procedure. A scientist must take a prediction, test the prediction by an experiment. Well, the scientific method requires using deductive reasoning to make predictions based upon your hypothesis. Everything draws around that hypothesis. Your experiment works around that hypothesis to see if your inference is correct. If the prediction on which an experiment is based turns out to be false, then we can infer that the hypothesis is also false. The if-then situation. In order for the inference to be correct, the experiment must be designed to follow the rules of induction. Okay? And that's what's nice about science, is that there are guidelines to follow. Okay? And if we follow those guidelines, we shouldn't have any problems. It's when we try to do it another way. Okay? That's when we come into problems. So, some fallacies. An argument is considered valid if the inference logically follows from the premises or premise, the prepositions on which the conclusion is based. It's considered valid if it follows those premises, those guidelines. A valid argument based upon true propositions will always result in an inference that is true. Okay? If you deviate from the truth, your conclusion will come out false. Not all valid inferences are true, though. Okay? So that's where we come into these fallacies. Fallacies are just reasoning errors. So we're going to look at some of these different types of fallacies because of invalid arguments. Okay? First one is denying the antecedent. This is the fallacy of trying to make an inference based on the fact that the antecedent is false. Okay? You're trying to prove that it's false. Okay? And if the antecedent is true, there's no way you're going to prove it false. We do not know what the object to be able to float is made of. We're talking about the balsa wood that we talked about the other day. There may not be enough information to make an inference about whether the object will float. You can look at an object and say, well, that looks like it'll float. But then you put it out in water and it sinks like the Titanic. Okay? Or, on the other hand, you may say, well, I think that won't float, but then you put it out there because you think because of its weight, you put it out in the water and it floats. Okay? Or you've got the fallacy of affirming the consequent. We had denying the antecedent, and now we're on the other side of the if then, affirming the consequent. This is the fallacy of trying to make an inference, excuse me, my nose is itching, based on the fact that the consequent is true. So, suppose that we know that the object floats. This evidence does not allow us to infer that the object is balsa. So we see an object floating out there in the water, and just because it's floating, and we know that balsa wood floats, based upon what we concluded the other day, but just because we see it floating out there in the water doesn't mean that it's balsa wood. It may be something else. So you can't draw a conclusion without further evidence. Okay? This is the affirming the consequence. You're trying to make sure that the consequent is also true or false, however the case may be. Your third fallacy is circular reasoning. This is the fallacy of deductive reasoning in which the conclusion logically follows from its premises, but one of the premises includes the assumption that the conclusion is true. Circular reasoning. You're coming about to get it out. Okay? Now, For circular reasoning, let's look at an example. The statement, I do well in science class because I get good grades. I get good grades in it. That is circular reasoning because I do well in science class. And I get good grades in the science class. Okay? So the if, kind of and then situation. These are two ways of saying the same thing. Okay? All you're doing is repeating your circular reasoning. You're just re-identifying what you're saying. Scientists like it short and sweet. I do well in science class. Well, if you do well in science class, logically you're saying, okay, I get good grades. I pay attention in class. I understand the material. But all those aren't stated in the sentence, but they're inferred in that statement. I do well in science class. You get more specific with the second one. I get good grades in science class because of. I do well in science class because of the good grades. Then you have the fourth one. The post hoc fallacy. This is the fallacy of inductive reasoning in which someone assumes that a change in one factor changed in another factor, just because the second change occurred after the first. Okay? This is where they get the carbon dating issues. Okay? Because of the shifting of the earth, one fossil that was dead years before another one happens, because of the earth's shift, happened to get above it. Okay? And so because of the chronological order, okay, the geologic column, they're saying that the one on the right, because I'm using right and left, the one on the right happened before the one on the left because it's above here. But so you've got to go through and look at scientific evidence. You got to do some research. When was this? What around maybe there was something around the fossil that helped with determining the age, okay, of that fossil. So then you got to do some research. But just because it's above it in the geologic column doesn't mean that that's where it happened, okay, in that chronological order. So that's what we call the post hoc fallacy. Here's an example of that. Suppose that someone forgot his umbrella one morning and was soaked in a rain shower later that day. Okay? Although it rained after he forgot his umbrella, it would be a post hoc fallacy to conclude that it rained because he forgot his umbrella. Now see, that doesn't even make sense. Your reasoning, your logic doesn't fit. Okay? So just because he got soaked doesn't mean it's because he forgot his umbrella. Okay? Your fifth fallacy, or another fallacy. Number 9, equivocation. This is the fallacy that occurs when a term is misleading used with two different meanings in a single argument. Equivocation. So you're trying to equivalate both of those statements. Well, like here's an example of it. If a young child is crying, shedding those tears, well, he's hurt. There's more to the story. You don't know why he is hurt, why he is crying. Number 2, Max is crying, shouting the cry, okay? And we've all seen a little kid do that. He's crying out to Chloe. Conclusion? Based upon this, Max is hurt. Okay? Now, parents go through this all the time. Parents hear a cry from a child. Okay? And sometimes they let them cry because they know they're just trying to get attention. Okay? Especially when it's time to go to bed and they don't want to go to bed. And so the parent is just maybe letting them cry because usually they cry themselves to sleep, or sometimes. Well, then other times you hear this blood-curdling scream of a child. And when a parent knows the difference of the cries, different of the screams, and so you know as a parent right away that something's wrong. And so you go to the child to see what happened. Okay? Sometimes it's a major thing. Sometimes it's just that they got a splinter in their finger and it just really hurts. It got it into a wrong spot, like underneath a nail or something like that. And so it hurts, and it hurts bad. But it's not death-defying, not going to die from it type thing. Okay? In this equivocation, we can look at evolution. Evolutionists will often define that word evolution to include both small changes with a kind of organism and large changes between the different kinds of organisms. Small changes within a kind, like birds that have differences in beak shapes, are observed in nature, but it is not equivocation to say that this proves changes between kinds. It just is another characteristic of that species of animal. It's still a bird, okay? Just because it's got a long beak, just because it's got a short pointed beak, and I know you've all have studied different beaks of animals. Well, we know God created them that way because of the food that they eat. Okay? The type of food. So just because they have a different type of beak doesn't change their perspective or who they are or what they are. You also have the ad hominem and authority, or the ad hominem fallacy. This is the fallacy that occurs when someone attacks the person making an argument instead of challenging the person's facts, his premises, or his reasoning. The ad hominem fallacy. The key to remember here is that the soundness of an argument does not depend on the person making the argument. If the premises are true and the reasoning is correct, then the argument is sound. So you've got to weigh things. You've got to look at it. You can't just accept what someone says. Do your own research. Okay? So that's the ad hominem fallacy. You have the argument from authority fallacy. Argument from authority. This is the fallacy in which an argument is based on the support of someone considered an authority of being based on facts and sound reason. Okay? Well, I know that person, and so what they say, it must be true. So I'm just going to accept what they say because of who they are. Well, most of the time we can accept that situation. But there are times just because someone says something and you have been able to trust them over the years doesn't mean that what they are saying is true. This goes into the Bible. Preachers, teachers of the Bible. Are what they're saying true? Take your Bible out and find out for sure. A lot of fallacies. A lot of reasoning. Hope your minds aren't blowing apart right now. Let's see how well you do. Your homework tonight. Section review 1.2. You have a quiz tomorrow, so prepare for that. Then read ahead pages 13 to 16. Okay, that's going to conclude today. Have a good day.
All right. Oh. Well, I'll be right back. Psst. All right, helps if the cable's plugged in. All right, go ahead and get out your math textbooks. Welcome to Algebra 1. We're in 1.5. We're going to be dealing with real numbers. Real numbers. So, first things first, just with numbers in general, there's multiple different types, and so that's kind of what we're going to talk about right here at the beginning. And so, numbers fit into several different categories, and so as you're looking at this is kind of something to consider. And so the first group, by the way, if you're not familiar with this kind of diagram, basically what's happening, let me get to where, there we go. Basically what's happening with this kind of diagram is that if something is inside something else, that means it's also the outer group. So for example, 2 is natural, whole, integer, rational, real number, okay? It's a nesting, if you will. And so the first group we're going to talk about is the natural numbers, and these are your counting numbers. They're naturally coming to us when we start trying to solve a math problem. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. You don't start counting at 0 unless you're really familiar with computers. You tend to start counting at 1. Well, I've got 1 cookie, 2 cookies, 3 cookies. And look at that, 1, 2, 3 friends just appeared out of nowhere. Couldn't it all be related? But anyway, so natural is how we tend to start counting, okay? And so that's how that works there. Now, if we add the number 0 to the natural numbers, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on, we get what's called the whole numbers, okay? And so what that's going to let us do is that gives us the option of 0. The concept of 0 is both very basic and also very advanced. It's one of those things that took human civilization quite a while to actually get to a concept of 0 other than there's just nothing there. Okay, 0 as a number, let's put it that way. So just kind of mentioning that there, it wasn't until, I want to say Babylon, but it may have been Egypt, don't quote me on that, that 0 was actually developed as a concept, okay? Then, in addition to the natural numbers and 0, we can have the opposites of the natural numbers. So, for example, instead of having $1, $2, or $3, I could owe $1, $2, or $3, and we represent that with a negative, okay? And so that's negative 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And so the integers can include everything from the negative numbers, 0, and positive numbers, and the whole numbers start at 0, and the natural numbers start at 1, okay? So that's kind of the idea there. Now then, all those make up what we call the rational numbers. And the rational numbers are anything that can be written as a fraction using integers. So, negative 9/2, that is a rational number. That's actually negative 4 1/2, okay? 7.12, if it's a repeating decimal, that means we can write it as a fraction, okay? If it's a terminating decimal, that means we can write it as a fraction, okay? This is 11 23/100, okay? And then 3/4 is, of course, a fraction. Now, of course, then integers, whole numbers, and natural numbers are all rational numbers because we can always write those as fractions by just placing them over 1. Okay, and we often do that in certain multiplication problems. So all that makes sense. Okay, and then there do exist what's called irrational numbers. Okay, and the numbers aren't called irrational because they're crazy. We use the word irrational for someone not meeting a logical standard because of numbers. Okay, the number name came first. Okay, so rational and irrational means can be written as fraction, can't be written as fraction. But the Greeks really couldn't quite comprehend the idea that something couldn't be written as a fraction. And so their term for irrational became nearly synonymous with someone who made no sense. Okay, they were being like that kind of number. Okay, and so the number name came first, rational and irrational. Again, you see the word ratio in there. Ratio means fraction. Okay, and so fractionable versus unfractionable, okay, if you want to word it that way. Okay, so rational versus irrational. it's either or. Notice the line down here, okay? An irrational number cannot be a whole number, cannot be a natural number, cannot be an integer, okay? Because all these are rational numbers, okay? So that's clearly divided. However, both the set of rational numbers and the set of irrational numbers makes up the set of real numbers, okay? And so the set of real numbers is really what we're going to focus on in this class. You're like, Mr. S, then does that mean there exist imaginary numbers? The answer to that question is yes, but we don't deal with them in this class, okay? So we're going to focus our study on the real numbers, okay? Now, real versus imaginary, the entire idea of imaginary numbers, actually, it's really a it's an unfortunate misnomer. There we go. As far as them not being practical. Actually, irrational or imaginary numbers actually can often be made back into real numbers through some manipulation. So, again, not a topic for this class, but just kind of mentioning it there. So we're going to focus on the real numbers in this class. And again, the integers are your sign numbers, your rational numbers, or anything that can be written as a fraction, which would include your sign numbers, whole numbers, and natural numbers. Just to illustrate a thing, okay? These sets do have common names, and we don't really focus on it in this math textbook, but many math textbooks will assign a single letter abbreviation. And so we'll call this the double struck N, where it basically looks like it's been stamped twice. Okay, and these double stamped numbers, we use a double struck W, are called double struck. And basically what that does is by basically making it look like it's been struck twice, is it separates it out as its own thing. And so the integers are represented by a capital Z. And this is usually where I start to lose people, and people are like, but why not I? Well, that's because that's being used by the irrational numbers. Okay, so it kind of looks like a Roman numeral 2 when I draw it, but anyway. And then the rational numbers are represented by Q for quotient. Okay, so at least that one kind of makes sense as far as rational numbers. And you might say, why not R? Well, that's because R is used up here for the set of real numbers. Okay, so the most common one we'll actually use in this class is the set of real numbers symbol, the double struck R, mostly because A, it's the easiest to actually try to hand draw, and B, it's tend to be where we are. So just mentioning that there. So look at example 1.5a with me, if you would. It's in your textbook on page 16. And we're to express each quantity as a signed number. So a temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's just the example, so we're going to go with it. Well, if it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit, we represent that as positive 100. Well, if it's a positive number, we don't have to show the plus sign. The only time we might do that with temperature is if it's below freezing. A lot of times we'll say positive or negative to let people know which side of the zero we're on. A temperature of 30 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. Notice we put negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. A profit of $120. Again, that's a positive $120, but we assume numbers without signs are positive. Okay, so we'll go ahead and leave that there. A loss of $35, we write as a negative $35. A 20-point gain in the stock market. With stock markets, we always include the positive sign to be extra clear, so we write plus 20 points. And finally, an 83-point loss in the stock market would be negative 83 points. Okay, and you can see that there in your example. Now, although fractions like 2/3 are not integers, fractions are ratios or quotients of integers. Numbers that, that's just going over what we already went over. One thing that I am going to mention is that fractions need a common denominator before you can add. So the book recommends using the least common denominator, and that's fine and good. I'm going to show you guys a shortcut. Okay, so we don't have to go through and do prime factorization and all this stuff. So let's go straight to example 1.5b. Pay attention to the screen because this is going to be slightly different working than your textbook. Okay, so we're going to first of all take this as add the fractions 1/6 plus 3/4. Okay, now your book would have you go through and find the LCD and do all this nonsense. Okay, and technically that is kind of what we're going to do. But if we're dealing with fractions that are on the smaller end of denominators, there's actually a much faster way. And that's to basically just brute force the thing, okay? And so here's what I mean by that. If we're looking at the denominators 6 and 4, which number is bigger? Well, naturally 6, okay? So first of all, you check the biggest one, see does it already work, because it might already work. Well, 4 doesn't go into 6, so no, that's out. So I'm just going to start counting by 6s, because at some point, everything's got to go into it. So 6 plus 6 is 12. Everything goes into 12. Great, we already found it. Way faster than their method. Okay, now there's nothing wrong with their method. That's actually the proper way to do it. But if all you're trying to do is add fractions, why not do it the fast way? All right, so we're going to get these things over 12. So we're going to just go ahead and write equals 12 and 12. Notice I set up my fractions first, okay? Well, 6 goes into 12 2 times. So I'm going to take that 2 and multiply it by the numerator of 1/6, which is a 1. So 2 times 1 is 2. Okay? Then we're looking at the 4. 4 goes into 12 how many times? Well, yeah, the answer is 3. Okay, so now we're going to take that 3, multiply it by the 3 on the top of the fraction, and we get 9. And so now that we're going to add these fractions, we're going to add together just the numerators. We do not add denominators. Addition and subtraction cannot change the denominator of a fraction. No. Okay. Anyway, so 2 plus 9 is 11. Okay, so we get 11, and it's just over 12. Now, at this point, we would go ahead and reduce if needed. It does happen, okay? But in this case, 11 over 12 is the correct answer. Okay? Now, let's look at the next one. Okay, we have 8 and 6. Which one's bigger? Well, naturally, the 8's bigger. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working with it. Does 6 go into 8, first of all? No. Okay, so we go to the next one. Well, 8 and 8 is 16. Does 6 go into 16? Still no. Okay, so 8 times 3, 24. Does 6 go into 24? Yes. Okay, great. So now our least common denominator is 24. Okay, and again, there's nothing wrong with doing it the other way with prime factorization and all that other stuff, and that's all well and good, but I'm trying to teach the easiest way, the shortest way, the way to get to an answer. Okay, so that's the idea. So again, we're going to take that 1/8. 8 goes into 24. How many times? Well, the answer is 3. We know that. So 3 times the 1 on top is 3. And then 6 goes into 24 4 times. 4 times the 5 on top is 20. So 3 plus 20 is then 23. And we put that over 24. Won't always work out where it's just 1 less on top than on bottom, by the way. That just so happens both these examples did. Okay, so we get 23 over 24. Now, anytime we work with fractions at all in this class, they should be written in lowest terms. And so in order to do this, here's your divisibility rules. You should be very familiar with these. If not, they're in your book on page 17, and I highly recommend going back over them. Okay, so using your divisibility rules, we should be able to reduce each fraction by dividing the top and the bottom, both the numerator and the denominator, by the same number. So, looking at 6 over 9 for the first one, okay? Well, let's find a number that goes into both of them. Does 2 work? Well, the answer is no. 9 is not even, okay? Does 3 work? The answer is yes. Okay, now you can try to do it all at once if you want, or you can be like me and just do it in multiple steps, because then the division's a lot easier, and it might be faster to do a little more writing. It's up to you. That's your call. So, okay, let's look at this. 3 goes into 6 2 times. 3 goes into 9 3 times. And we just divide the top and the bottom by the same number. Then if we go down to the next one, 75 over 90. Well, instantly right there, I see one ends in 5, the other ends in 0. That means they must share a 5 in common. So that's the way I'm going to approach this thing. I'm going to go ahead and try to divide both sides by, or both the top and the bottom, by 5. So 5 goes into 7 once, okay? And then there's 2 left over, so 5 goes into 25 5 times. If you need to do the division off to the side, feel free, but I'm going to go ahead and show the shortcut here. 5 goes into 9 1 time, with 4 left over, so 5 goes into 40 8 times. And then I check. Just because I divided doesn't mean I reduced it all the way. So we have 15 over 18. Okay, well, both those numbers are divisible by 3. Should automatically know that, because 5 and 1 is 6, 1 and 8 is 9. So I'm going to go ahead and divide both by 3. So 15 divided by 3 is 5, and 18 divided by 3 is 6. And there we go. That's my final answer. Okay, so that's reduced. Next one is 63 over 100. Well, let's start working with my divisibility rules. Does 2 work? Well, it would work for 100, but not 63, so that's not common. Does 3 work? Well, 3 would work for the top, but not the bottom. Does 4 work? Well, no. Again, same issue. 5 doesn't work. 6 doesn't work. 9 doesn't work. 10 doesn't work. And actually, if I went through, 63 and 100 share no common factors. Okay? So this fraction is already in lowest terms. Okay, so I'd write 63 over 100, and I'm done. Okay, now normally if you're at an answer and you would get something like that, you just go and circle it because it cannot be reduced anymore. That does happen. All right, now, let me see here. To write a fraction as a decimal, okay, and actually let me go back here and show this. To write a fraction as a decimal, what we do is we divide the bottom into the top. Every fraction is a division problem. So if I wanted, let's do 2/3 into decimal, okay, so 2/3. Well, 3 goes into 2 how many times? Well, you're like, of course that doesn't work. Yes, I know, but just bear with me. Okay, so let's say I did 0.000. Okay, and I'm usually going to do 3 because either that's enough to determine a pattern or enough to round or whatever it is I'm going to work with. So now 3 can go into 20. And my decimal point goes right above where it was in the dividend. And so 3 goes into 20 6 times. 6 times 3 is 18. I subtract and I get 2. I bring down the 0. 3 goes into 20 6 times. 6 times 3 is 18. I subtract and get 2. I bring down the 0. And I'm sure you can all see where this is going. We're just going to keep getting 6s as long as the day exists. Okay? So instead of continuing dividing forever, okay, because I have things to do with my life, we say that this has 0.6 repeating. Okay? So this is equal to 0.6 repeating. And we can just draw a line over it to indicate a repeating decimal. Now, there are common values, fractions with repeating decimals. They're listed on page 18. It's worth knowing anything over 9 is itself repeating, which is actually why 2/3 is doing that. You'll notice that in our example, we had 6 over 9 that we reduced to 2/3. Well, notice now 0.6 repeating. It's something over 9, so it's 0.6 repeating. Just illustrating that, that's something that a lot of people miss with the thirds, but that's what's happening. Same with the 11ths. Okay, you see a similar pattern-ish there, and then the 7ths and the 6ths, and you can see all those there. So that's how you can get repeating decimals. But let's say, well, 5/6 is repeating too. So let's say we had 1/4. And I'm just going to do that real quick on here. So to get this into decimal, I would just do 4 goes into 1, and I would go ahead and give myself 3 places. I may not need all 3 places, by the way. I just usually start out with 3 zeros. So 4 goes into 10 2 times. 2 times 4 is 8. I subtract, I get 2. I bring down the 0. 4 goes into 20 5 times. Now again, we should have known this. We should have known 1/4 is 0.25. That again, the decimal goes right above where it was. If I don't have anything for the last 0, I just ignore it. So the correct answer here is 0.25. Okay, and that's it. It's a terminating decimal. Everything like that is fine. Okay, and again, that's one I should know off the top of my head. But in case you ever forget, just scribble it off to the side real quick and find out. Okay, there's no reason not to know what the decimal equivalent of a fraction is because it's just a division problem. Okay, so let's move on to example D. Write each decimal as a fraction. Well, same idea though. Okay, basically what we're going to do is we're going to take 34 and divide it by 1 followed by as many zeros as places we have. So we have 2 decimal places, so 2 zeros. Then I'm going to go through and reduce. Okay, so I have 34 over 100. Well, 2 will work at the very least. So 2 goes into 3 one time with 1 left over. 2 goes into 14 then because I have the 1 left over 7 times. Well, that's a prime number, so that won't be dividing anymore. And then 2 goes into 100 50 times. Okay, and I'm done. And again, this is where knowing your prime numbers is really going to help you because you can know for sure when you're done reducing a fraction. All right, on the next one, I have 12 over 10 because there's only 1 decimal place. You say, but that's improper. And this is math. We can do that. All right, so but we can reduce. So 2 goes into 12 6 times, 2 goes into 10 5 times, and there we go. It could also be written as 1 1/5. That would be fine, but in algebra we prefer improper fractions to mixed numbers. 205, same idea, or 2.05, I'm sorry, 205 over 100. Okay, and we can divide both the top and the bottom by 5. So 5 goes into 20 4 times, and 5 goes into 1. 5 goes into 5 once. So 41 over, 5 goes into 10 2 times, and 20. So we get 41 over 20, and that's as far as we're going to get. I think 41 actually, is 41 prime? And you know what, no matter. 20 and 41 share no more common factors, so that's done. Okay? Now, with irrational numbers, okay, we'll get a decimal that never terminates and never repeats. And so that would be something like pi, the square root of 2, the natural number e. That's one that we don't really use a lot in high school, but that's just an illustration. So those could not be written as fractions. And so anytime that happens, you would just write irrational. Okay? So that would be the idea. All right, your work right now, your classwork is to do practice 1.5 blue, which is on page 20 and 21. It does go on to the next page. Pay attention to that. So if you're in class right now, you need to be doing that, okay? And that goes for distance learners. You guys need to be doing the practice because that's your place to mess up. Okay, that's your place to get a chance to work on it. And so keep in mind, those of you who are distance learning, you guys can always have me check your answers by sending me a picture. Those of you in class can always ask me, hey, am I doing this right? Okay, and make sure that you're getting this correct. Okay, then the homework is review 1.5 blue, which I will mention is on pages 21 and 22. That also goes on to the next page, so make sure you be careful. You're only doing the blue problems though. That is available and ready to go in Google Classroom. One quick note about Google Classroom, make sure you're using the email account I gave you on Friday. If you keep trying to sign up with personal email accounts, I'm going to keep booting you from the class, because there are features of Google Classroom I cannot use with students outside the organization. Okay, if you try, you're going to keep getting error messages and keep getting booted. So if you need help, contact me. I can help you with password reset or whatever, and we can move on there. Okay. A couple more things. Quiz 1 is tomorrow over 1.1 through 1.2. Distance learners, I will be in touch with you as far as how you're going to take that quiz and what procedures and policies I expect you guys to follow, because you are just as responsible to not be cheating as the students here. Okay, otherwise it's an unfair advantage to you. Okay, so make sure that you're aware of that. I think that covers everything I needed. Should be it. Teacher accounts, classroom. Oh yeah, make sure your work is done on Classroom. If you are struggling signing in, please reach out to me and contact me so I can help you. Okay, I've already done as much as I can from my end, so without feedback from you on where you are in the process, I can't help anymore. So just make sure you guys contact me so I can help you. Okay, that's my goal. All right, I will see you guys later. Make sure you guys are working on your practice work.